Check, check, check.
Finance and Corporate Services audio test 1, 2, 3.
Check, check, check. Audio test 2 for the meeting stream. Check, check, check.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning. We're going to start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Bonjour, bienvenue. En ce début de réunion, je souhaite, au nom du Conseil municipal d'Ottawa, souligner qu'Ottawa est bâti sur le territoire non cédé de la nation Anishinaabe-Algonquin. Les peuples de la nation Anishinaabe-Algonquin vivent sur ce territoire depuis des millénaires. Leur culture et leur présence ont nourri et continuent de nourrir cette terre. La ville d'Ottawa rend hommage au peuple et au territoire de la nation Anishinaabe-Algonquin et à tous les peuples des Premières Nations, aux Inuits et aux Métis, ainsi qu'à leurs précieuses contributions passées et présentes à ce territoire. I'll ask the committee coordinator now to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Lula.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Luper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from the December 3rd, 2024 meeting. Are the minutes confirmed? I'll note the responses to inquiries on the agenda. If members of the committee are comfortable with dealing with the Strategic Initiatives Department, the surplus lands declaration on consent, or is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, that's carried. So we will move back to item 5.1, which is the 2024 Lansdowne Annual Report. We have a couple of presentations from staff and then public delegations, and then we will have questions and discussion about that. So I will turn it over to our city manager. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. And good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Before staff and OSEG deliver their presentations on Lansdowne and the annual report, I just wanted to say a few words this morning. The annual report is a routine reporting requirement included in our Lansdowne Partnership Plan project agreements as directed by Council. It also allows staff to provide and OSEG to provide Council and Committee regular update in terms of what's happening on site. And I want to acknowledge and take the time to do that this morning, the hard work of our Recreation, Culture and Facility Services Department under Dan Chenier's leadership. Dan and his team oversee the animation, the programming, the management of the urban park at Lansdowne. This deals with the horticulture building, the Aberdeen Pavilion, Aberdeen Square, the Great Lawn, the outdoor skating rink, the children's play structure, the community gardening, as well as the day-to-day management of the partnership. And Dan and his team continue to work closely with OSEG, the local community associations, the Glebe Business Improvement Area, and Ottawa Tourism, with a real focus on rebuilding the post-pandemic activity on site. And, they've been very focused over this last year on increasing resident and visitor attendance on the site and offering a variety of activities at Lansdowne. And I know I'm very proud that Lansdowne is a popular destination in our city. And the urban park programming attracted significant attendance in the past year, generating revenue and engaging the community. And you're going to hear more from Dan about that and the results from the annual report. And then particularly this past year saw more events hosted at Lansdowne since the pandemic. We had a total of 180 events that took place on the site, and that's an increase of 10 events compared to the previous year. Our parking revenues were also up 27% over the previous year. And amazingly, all of Lansdowne's retail and commercial space was fully rented. Despite the operational gains, the partnership continues to experience net financial losses, and this further punctuates the need for strategic improvements to achieve that long-term sustainability that we've been talking about. And at Council's direction, the city continues to invest in this space to continue to make a place for residents and visitors alike to gather and make memories. Moving forward, planned upgrades like the Aberdeen Pavilion roof rehabilitation and the Lansdowne 2.0 developments will play a pivotal role in revitalizing this site. We're going to have more information about that later this year. But today, the focus is on the work and the performance of Lansdowne as outlined in the annual report. So in closing, I want to say thank you to city staff who are working hard on the Lansdowne file. And I'd also like to acknowledge our partnership with OSEG. We look forward to continuing our work together to support the tradition of Lansdowne as a vibrant gathering place for our community. I'm now going to pass it over to Dan to provide a presentation for the city. Thank you.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for hosting us this morning. And the presentation I'm going to give you as the city manager just highlighted really touches on the urban park portion of the operation, to be followed with Mark's presentation that'll talk about OSEG's operation. To provide some context to what I'm going to speak about, as has been the case in prior years, we are talking about the work that we did about a year ago. So the report that I'm giving you covers the June 1st, 2023 to May 31st, 2024 period. And that provides context to some of the things that I'm going to speak to you about. Next slide, please. As Wendy mentioned, the good news is that during this rebuilding phase, and 2023 really was the first year where we were able to start to resume programs without restrictions and without capacity. The good news is that we are back. And during the period that we're talking about, attendance at the park grew significantly. The events that were hosted at Lansdowne pre-pandemic returned as rentals to our facility. And a lot of the free activities that the public enjoy so much were offered once again and were very well attended. Next slide, please. The table that you see here identifies the rental events that have been an important part of animating the urban park venue. As I spoke in previous presentations, the real success of Lansdowne has been to bring in community groups of a whole variety of genres and activities to help us animate the park. This table shows that 409 activities were offered in that in the last period, which in fact exceeds pre-pandemic levels. So we're very happy to see that people have come back to the urban park and the rentals have once again taken off. Just a note that you see some very high booking days in 2021 and 2022. Those were largely vaccine clinics, and so not really animation, but the park did play an important part during the years when a program was not offered. This also shows, this table also shows in the far right column that the farmers market, the Ottawa Farmers Market, which is a very popular weekend event at Lansdowne, has returned and has offered full programming at the park, very comparable to what was happening there before. Next slide, please. In terms of programming at the park, our registered and drop-in programs were very popular over the period. As always, the drop-in activities, people seem to like to just be able to drop into Lansdowne activities, and so we have geared our programming to accommodate that. It seems to be the preferred way and has become very popular. Over 12,500 participants took part in the programs that staff organized. We all know that last winter was very difficult in terms of skating on the canal. We had a record year of 139 open days for the Lansdowne refrigerated rink. It continues to play an important part in winterlude activities and overall wintertime fun for folks. Aberdeen Pavilion, a couple of activities have become very popular in there. It is such a large concrete surface with that it really does lend itself to things like roller disco, and it has become a resurgence from the 70s and 80s, I suppose. It has become very popular and in high demand, and many of you will have seen letters from the Skateboard Association of how they appreciate that Lansdowne, the Aberdeen Pavilion, can be used for skateboarding in the wintertime. And we have been able to accommodate that over the last 2 winters to provide some activity for avid skateboarders. Next slide, please. As I've mentioned, there's been a resurgence in rentals at Lansdowne. We've exceeded our previous revenue totals. We're now at over 660,000. And about 800,000 visitors have come to the rental events. And that includes things like City Folks, like the Ottawa Race Weekend Expo, the Masters Indigenous Games, and those types of activities. Next slide, please. Ottawa Farmers Market at Lansdowne become a year-round destination now. The indoor and outdoor markets saw a surge in vendor participation in 2023. Vendors like this location as a good business opportunity for them. And we now have in excess of 70 daily vendors for the indoor market and 73 daily vendors for the outdoor market, and those numbers surge during the harvest season, where even more vendors join and come to the park. It's established a successful home for many local producers, we know, and artisans and small food vendors. And attendance again last year grew to 78,000 for the 26 outdoor days. Next slide, please. The indoor market and the holiday market, Christmas market, are also very popular. And the Christmas market, what started as essentially an Aberdeen indoor program, has grown significantly, and with the partnership with OSEG and animating Aberdeen Square and turning it into a holiday wonderland, if you will, that has really made the park a destination for holiday time. And the indoor market throughout the winter continues to be a successful and very popular event inside the Aberdeen Pavilion. Next slide, please. A few site improvements during this period included the city purchased new large picnic tables and benches to help provide seating in Aberdeen Square. These included umbrellas because a common complaint was that on sunny days in the summer, it was very hard to find shade at Lansdowne. So as a first wave of furnishing the park with furniture, we installed last year benches picnic tables, as well as planters. We put out 16 planters to help soften the area and green the area, which is a request that the community had prioritized as one of the things that they wanted to see. Some exploratory work was done on the horticultural building. The horticultural building has stucco soffit that has started to deteriorate. Bit of exploration, reviewed ventilation issues and moisture issues. And so we're now working on a solution that will help set that right and provide the kind of safekeeping we want for the horticultural building. Handrails, a significant accessibility initiative was to place handrails at strategic locations around the skating rink. As many of you know, the rink does not have boards, it has bumpers, and people with mobility challenges have found it difficult to step over the bumpers and without falling. And so that was an improvement that received a lot of positive feedback. It was actually customer generated as a request, and we were able to accommodate that. And not quite inside the park, but as some of you might remember, the Thomas Ahern Memorial Fountain was moved out onto Bank Street, corner of Bank Street and Homewood. It had been installed without proper chilling at the fountain, and a lot of complaints were being received. So a new water line with proper chilling was installed during this period, with again a lot of positive comments in terms of the benefits of that. Lastly, the financial results. This speaks to the full fiscal year 2023, which is how the city does its accounting. Once again, we looked at the city's revenues have continued to climb and have exceeded what our budget called for. Our net for the operation of the park was less than what's in our budget, so there was a bit of a savings in terms of operations. We continue to look at opportunities to build the revenue side of this equation, and to work with OSEG in terms of controlling costs on things like maintenance for the park and ongoing operational needs. That concludes my presentation. With that, I'll pass it over to Mark for his presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I think I saw you at the roller disco, did I not?
Yeah.
I bring you Roger Greenberg's regrets today. He loves to be part of this, and unfortunately he's out of town. But I have brought a super special guest that I'll introduce you to a little bit later. As Dan mentioned, the year that we're reviewing is the year from March 31st, from April the 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. So it gets a little goofy when we're talking about Red Black season. We're actually talking about 2 Red Black seasons ago, but we'll try to keep it straight here. That's the fiscal 2024 year. It was a really good year for us in terms of activity, as Wendy pointed out, filled with lots of highs and some lows, particularly around the Red Blacks and kind of what happens in sports sometimes. The highlights included 180 events. So that's 180 events that supplement what the city already does on site. So that's 180 ticketed events that we did in the year, up 10 from the year before. Wendy mentioned that the retail leasing was at 100%, which is awesome. Revenues continue to grow and losses continue to reduce. But the Red Blacks had a tough season. There was their 4th tough season in a row, and what we've seen is a bit of an erosion of our season ticket base, and we'll kind of touch upon that as well. Lansdowne, I think has become, as Wendy mentioned, what we needed it to be. It's an important economic generator for our city. 4 million visitors plus a year, 400 full-time and part-time jobs, and over $300 million annually in economic activity. It really has become reclaimed its role as Ottawa's gathering place and a hub of sports and entertainment in our region. I'll take you a moment to remind you of some of those highlights. Next slide, please. Started off the year with the kind of events that Lansdowne is really good for. These multi-day, long day with multiple ticketed events that happen, like the World Curling Championships, It's a place that people could go down and spend the whole day with all of the different things that are at Lansdowne for the curling championships and for some of the other events that we have. You can go to a curling match at 11 o'clock in the morning, head to the Briar in the Aberdeen Pavilion. After that, go to lunch in a restaurant, come back, catch the afternoon matches, do the same thing, and spend the whole day there. So it really is what Lansdowne shines at. For the World Curling Championships, hosted hosted 13 countries. Paid attendance was over 75,000. In terms of exposure, 145 million worldwide viewers for that event. So that is huge when people are turning on their televisions and their nightly news to see Ottawa at the forefront all around the globe. I have two vivid memories of the curling. One, just before the event started, we had a massive storm, if you remember, in the spring of 2023. And the event, the stadium leaked, and the event and the stadium leaked and flooded. Working with our incredible staff and Curling Canada, we got the facilities back into a shape that could host the World and pulled off a pretty incredible event. Memory two, the massive crush that my 86-year-old now deceased mother had on Brad Gushue. Wanted me to go and meet Brad Gushue and get him to phone the old age home, which I unfortunately was not able to pull off. Sad for me. Next page, please. In the summertime, TD Place hosted the Women's Pacific Four Rugby Series between Canada, the US, New Zealand, and Australia. That's the first time that this event has ever been in Canada, so we're pretty proud to have it at TD Place. The Canada-New Zealand game that I think was on the Saturday broke a Canadian women's rugby attendance record with over 10,000 fans, which was pretty incredible. The event added $3.3 million of economic impact to Ottawa and booked over 1,600 hotel rooms. Next, please. In 2023, the Canadian national volleyball team hosted VNL, which included the US, Argentina, Italy, Cuba, Germany, Netherlands, and Brazil. And this is one of our sleeper events. If any of you have been to the VNL, and we've been lucky enough to host it kind of consecutively for the last bunch of years, it's a really cool event. People that go that aren't necessarily volleyball fans fall in love with it. It's fast and furious and really dynamic. And we've seen a growth in its attendance every year. In 2023, we had over 18,000 people attend VNL, $3 million of economic activity, and over 1,000 hotel rooms booked. This year will be a special tournament. It's the first time that we host the Canadian women's national team and host the women's segment of VNL. Next slide, please. In terms of some of the other non-sports stuff that we do at TD Place, this is something that we've really tried to grow out. We've been really lucky with sports. Now we have 6 tenants in our facilities and trying to diversify through some of the other things that we do. We had 96 non-sports shows. They included the comedy shows, which seem to have been a niche following COVID in TD Place. Chelsea Handler, Just for Laughs, Trevor Noah, Tom Segura, Jim Gaffigan, and John Mulaney. John Mulaney. And in terms of music and concerts, Billy Talent, Rise Against, Gloria's Sons, Avril Lavigne, The Arkells, and Escapade. That I think 2023 was the first time we hosted it in cooperation with the City of Ottawa. It started out on the city's land, and it has now kind of grown that it's using the stadium turf as well. And I know Escapade, people love it or don't, but it's an important event for Ottawa. It attracts in the 3 days that it's open over 20,000 visitors, 50%, which is the highest probably of any event that happens in Ottawa. 50% of the visitors are from outside of the National Capital Region and kicks back about $12 million in economic impact. So that's an important kind of staple on the annual music circuit in Ottawa. Next slide, please. And because I know what happened in 2024 and the Red Blacks kind of getting back to where they need to be, I can say that the year reporting on 23 season was the last of our rebuilding seasons for the Red Blacks. In 23, we went 4-14, which kind of sucks. had a very injury and rain-filled season, if you remember, which again was difficult. It was our 14th losing season. Resulted in a decline in our season ticket base. You'll see that in the financial numbers, and put us, very subject to what happens when we get bad weather, which people choose to watch it on TV. And although it wasn't a winning season on the field, off the field, we continue to give back to the community with over 1,500 hours of community engagement, 2,000 tickets donated to children, youth, and families who could not otherwise afford to experience a Red Blacks game. And thankfully, the 2024 season got us back to where we need to be, which is in the playoffs with a winning record, with the best home record in the CFL, and an increase in attendance we see kind of coming, which I think bodes well for the future for us. I think we've had a really good offseason too. You've seen a lot of the offseason signings that we've done. We've just entered free agency period over the next couple of weeks. So really look forward to kind of what we're able to do and the damage we're able to do in the CFL for 2025. Next slide, please. 67s, 2023-24 was another really good season for the 67s. 80 points, third place in the 10-team Eastern Conference. Got to the second round, but lost to the stinking Oshawa Generals. And our student athletes also contributed 700 plus hours in community engagement, which is not easy. When you're playing hockey and they put a lot of hours on the ice with practicing in games and travel, with school, both high school and university, and they're still able to find time to be out in the community. Next, please. Big coup for us in 2023 was the introduction of PWHL to Ottawa as one of the 6 inaugural women's professional hockey league teams. And that's a big deal when you look at the other big boys and girls in terms of the cities that got expansion teams. Some saw us as a misfit and questioned why Ottawa was able to get a professional team. Happy to tell the story over a beer. It's a really good story. But we kind of showed them. We led the league in attendance last year, which is awesome. And we had one more really important tenant announcement, but I'm going to get to that a little bit later as well. Next slide. Panda game against a bit of a love-hate event, but Ottawa this year will mark the 70th anniversary of this rivalry game, which is pretty amazing. 2023 was a sellout at TD Place, and it marks the largest youth sports event annually that happens in any of the youth sports, including the Vanier Cup and the championship of football. So pretty big, important event for both our universities. We've, as when we brought Panda back in 2014, we continue to work with the universities to make sure that Panda is as safe and as responsible an event as it can be. I can tell you the incidents that happen at TD Place have decreased significantly year over year through 2023 from kind of when that happened, we started in 2014, and absolutely for sure from the 80s when I used to attend Panda, and Councillor Menard, I think you probably did as well. Next slide, please. Ottawa Christmas Market. Concept kind of came to us back, and I think it was 2016, where we, bought a big 40-foot high Christmas tree and lit it. And, much to our surprise, 5,000 people showed up to watch it being lit. And it kind of, we lit the tree and then we send everybody home after that and thought, there's something that we can do that's, a little more special. I think people are looking for a Christmas activity to do. So out of that came kind of what happens in other major cities in the world, which is a proper Christmas market. That first year, we invested $600,000 to buy all the huts and buy all the lights and get that started. And 50,000 people showed up, which we thought was amazing at the time. That number in 2023 grew from 50,000 to 250,000 people. So I think we've kind of hit a home run with the Christmas market. In 2023, it included over 50 artisans and vendors, 60 days of programming, and 10 concerts and performances. Next slide. The OSEG Foundation and what Janice Bressi, who's behind me here, and her team continue to lead in our community is one of the parts of our business that I'm most proud of. In 2024, the OSEG Foundation invested over $5.5 million in the community, directly touched the lives of over 5,500 youth, and provided 12,500 hours of citywide community building, including priority neighborhoods where our youth experience the greatest vulnerability. Next slide. City manager talked about it, but you know, the retail at Lansdowne continues to be the economic engine of our partnership. We ended 2024 with 100% of the space that we have leased, and that's over 360,000 square feet of mixed use space. And that was up from 96%, which is a very high number, you know, particularly on the other side of COVID in the retail market the previous year. Next slide. Hard to see a little bit. I will kind of decode this first. So the red lines are kind of year over year, starting with 2012, which was the first year of the partnership, and this is graphing our revenues. The two white bars are the COVID years, where you can see obviously a drop in revenues, and it picks back up with red, which is 2022 and 2023. So that last red bar is the year that we're reporting on, 2023. The black bar is what we report to the city as well through our unit holder meetings, which is the budget for next year, which is actually the year that we're in right now. So for 2024, in terms of revenues, the partnership did better than the overall budget, you know, both at the revenue level and at the operating profit level. So we beat our budget for 2024, which is awesome. 2024 also represented the highest 12-month period in our history in terms of revenues. And you're going to look over a couple bars and say, wait a second, back in 2015, that bar is higher. That was when we changed year ends, and that represents a 15-month period. So this year and the 12 months of this year was the highest revenue we've ever generated in terms of the partnership. All of our businesses grew in 2024, with the exception of the Red Blacks that was, you know, in the midst of the third of 4 years of kind of losing football. The 25 budget in terms of revenue continue to grow, led by the Red Blacks and their resurgence. Next slide, please. From an operating profit perspective, so operating profit, you know, different from net income. Operating profit is the profit that we make from all of the activities, all the events that we do, the running of TD Place, the retail that we run. So it's our operating profit. Again, in 2024, at $5 million, that's the highest operating profit that we've experienced in the partnership, and best 12-month in our period. When you add so what you take is you add the non-cash depreciation, interest expense, interest swap losses, and kind of other non-cash stuff, and that's where you go from. We made $5 million from operations through to the loss of $9 million that you see in the report in front of you. What's probably most important to us over operating income or net losses is cash generated from operations. So that's cash generated from operations, or losses generated from operations, are the things that we either need to fund, and the OSEG partners need to fund, or when we get to cash flow positivity, that's when we start distributing money back through the partnership. So for even, you know, with the strong year that we had in 2024, and the operating profit that we made of $5 million, our cash loss is about $6 million. And that started back at the start of our journey in 2014, our first operating year, at about $15 million. So we've closed that gap to about $6 million, and that's the gap that we now need to close over the next couple of years as we continue to march towards, you know, cash flow positivity through, you know, improved operations that we're seeing year over year, but also in terms of the new improved facilities that we'll hopefully be able to move into, you know, 3 and 5 years from now as well. Next slide, please. And kind of while I'm here, I'll bring you up to date on a little of the 25 stuff. So the stuff that's happened in the last 10 months following the fiscal year. Next slide. We'll start with the World Juniors. And again, Ottawa blew the roof off the World Junior Hockey Championships this year. The tournament will come in when the math is done at well over the $50 million in economic impact for the city, and will include far over 10,000 hotel room nights for the tournament. TD Place hosted Pool B of the tournament, so that's the pool that doesn't include Canada that played at the CTC, and we attracted over 80,000 fans. And as we kind of talked about with the curling, these are the type of events that shine at TD Place and at Lansdowne. What we hear back from people that they love coming down here. It really was in a really good way a four-ring circus this year. We had the games themselves. We had the Fan Fest that we were lucky enough to host with Hockey Canada and the City of Ottawa in the Aberdeen Pavilion. We kept the Christmas market going throughout that time, and then we have our shops and restaurants that are able to be animated and host people as well. So I think for both the Lansdowne and for the Glebe, World Juniors was an awesome event. Air came out of the balloon a little bit when Canada left, but the event was largely sold out before that. So really good event. Next slide, touched upon it, but the Royal We with the city were really proud to be able to be chosen, and there was a lot of competing venues in Ottawa to do this, to host the Fan Fest for the World Juniors. Attracted close to 100,000 events or 100,000 visitors over the event. Next slide. And Christmas market, leaving off on that. So we talked about the first year Christmas market, 50,000 folks. That grew in 2023 to 250,000 folks. And this Christmas, expanded hours, expanded footprint going through the World Juniors, 400,000 people visited the Christmas market. So that is pretty phenomenal. We did fireworks on New Year's Eve, which were a big hit. I think there was over 6,000 people there at midnight for the fireworks. And that's something that we'll look to continue kind of into the future. That concludes my presentation. Now I'm going to turn it over to the really good part. Last year, we were also incredibly proud to be able to announce that the Ottawa Rapid FC would play their inaugural season in the new professional women's soccer league, the Northern Super League, starting in the spring of 2025. And let me introduce you to Diana Matheson. You know Diana is one of the most capped players in Canada soccer history. Bonus points if you know what caps are. And the hero of the 2012 Olympics when she scored the bronze medal winning goal over France, which should have been a gold medal goal because we got robbed by the previous game against the Americans for sure with that penalty. But now you'll know her as the brave architect of the Northern Super League and its relentless CEO. Diana, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks so much, Mark. Appreciate it. And thanks for having me today. My name is Diana Matheson. I'm currently the founder and chief growth officer at the Northern Super League, Canada's new women's professional soccer league, set to kick off its first season this April. And I believe we'll have some slides up for you in a minute. You can go ahead and jump straight to slide 4 if you want. I don't know if this is a big audience participation bunch, but can I get a show of hands? How many have heard of the Northern Super League or Ottawa Rapid FC? Love that, Mayor. All right, not bad. Appreciate it. As you can see, we've got 6 founding teams that kick off this new women's professional soccer league. Ottawa, of course, is one of the markets. We've got Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax. And you folks are already lucky enough to have a PWHL franchise in the Ottawa Charge. So you know a little bit about what women's sport is about. I'm going to tell you a bit about the league, a bit about why women's sport right now is having the growth it's having, and a little bit about why Ottawa is such a fantastic market. One of the differences between us and the PWHL is we are an all-Canadian league. We are not a cross-border league. And one of the main reasons for that is we are soccer. And soccer is a global game. Women's soccer is a massive global market that's been growing over the years. Think of a country you think plays women's soccer, they already have a pro league. In the 2023 Women's World Cup, out of 32 countries, there was actually only 2 countries in that tournament that didn't have a league yet. And one was Canada and the other one was Haiti. So we've been behind on this front, despite Canada being one of the best places in the world for women's soccer. You know, we already win Olympic medals. We literally produce GOATs in Christine Sinclair. We have the 3rd largest player pool in the world in Canada. We have 150 Canadian women playing pro around the world right now. So that's one of the main differences. We're an all-Canadian league, and we're not just competing against the US on this one, we're competing against the rest of the world. And we have the building blocks in Canada to be one of the top 5 leagues in the world over the next decade in this really new industry. Next slide, please. One of the other differences between us and the PWHL, because obviously we've got a lot in common with the other women's pro sports. It's a fantastic community, as you've seen, very purpose-driven. We've got a great relationship with the people at Ottawa Charge, at the league, at WNBA Toronto. We very much believe in this industry. A rising tide raises all boats. And I know I can pick up the phone to anyone in sport and they'll take that call. But one of the other differences between us and PWHL is a single entity model. They've got one owner, one investor, an American guy who's invested in the whole league and built it. This league went a franchise model. So we have ownership groups in our cities, in our markets that are building their clubs, their club identities from the ground up. So that's what you have here in Ottawa. You have a local ownership group that's helping build the identity here. As you can see here as well, one of the most important things we have going for us as well is just the visibility in women's sport. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the importance of women's sport and the visibility of it. And that's in our media deals. So the league itself has partners, sorry, a little tangent there. TSN and CBC are our main partners to start off this league, which is so important for us. The way we're set up commercially is the league has a number of partners at the league level, national partners for sponsorship and media. We've already announced incredible partners like Canadian Tire, DoorDash. We've got a number of other great partners coming in years to come. The team here in Ottawa gets to monetize local partners, front of jersey, to really give exposure to your local market. But one of the main national partners for us is media. So as I said, CBC, TSN are giving visibility to this product from coast to coast from day one, because we are building a fan base from scratch. And as you saw, we've got those 6 teams to start, and we'll be planning to expand 2 more teams by 2027. Next slide, please. To give you the X's and O's, and I'll send you this deck because obviously that font's pretty small in here. You guys can read it after. Competition format, if you follow Atletico Ottawa at all or the MLS, is pretty similar to a North American season. We start games in mid-April. We play through November. The Ottawa Rapid players are actually reporting to preseason Wednesday. So you're going to have players in market this week, which is so exciting. One of the big things we have in this league as well is at the end of season, obviously we'll have a playoff format. 4 teams will go to a semifinal, home and away. And then we will have a predetermined final location, which means essentially we have the opportunity with the NSL to build the women's sport version of the Grey Cup. So we are looking to build out a championship weekend that drives economic values to the cities it's taking place in. Our very first year is already decided. It will not be in Ottawa, but we're looking forward to hopefully coming here in year 2, 3, whenever you guys would like to have us, because obviously this is a fantastic city. But that's obviously a huge asset we're looking to grow. In terms of the players, you can see one player here. I get asked a lot, who's going to play in this league? Because again, we're not the PWHL. We didn't have 200 of the world's best hockey players sitting around waiting for jobs, waiting for this league to break barriers, become the first league. Actually, our employees are already employed everywhere around the world, and we have to compete for talent. So our rosters are 20 to 25 players. We have up to 8 international players, non-Canadians per team. So most of our teams is still Canadian. And our rosters are competitive with the rest of the world. Minimum salary, $50K. Salary cap, $1.6 million to start. We're looking to grow that with revenues as we go. which doesn't sound crazy high, and it's not. Women's sport is still a very affordable buy-in, but we're already in the top 5 conditions for player salaries, player contracts. I come from a player rights background, so very important to me to build a place where these players can thrive. And you can see on the screen here, we've got one Canadian legend. We're lucky. Erin McLeod, Canadian Olympic medalist, is in Halifax. Quinn, current star in the national team, is in Vancouver. Emma Regan, future star for the national team, is in Toronto. Lots of future stars coming up. We've got local talent on the Ottawa roster. And you're very lucky to have that amazing woman, the destroyer, Desiree Scott, Winnipeg, born and raised, but so excited to be coming to Ottawa this season. She's an incredible player. I think she has 200 caps for Canada as well, and an even better human. And she's so excited to come here and help build the legacy in this city. Next slide, please. So why now? Why is this happening in women's sport? And I get asked this a lot. And I had a 17-year pro career. I played for Canada. I played in the US professionally. I played in Norway professionally. So I lived that side of the game. When I retired, I went back to school for 2 years. I did an MBA and I did a soccer-specific master's through UEFA. So I spent 18 months just learning about this industry. To vastly oversimplify it, it's 2 things. The culture wasn't ready before, the culture's ready now, and women's sport is finally being treated like a business, which simply, prior to 5 years ago, it wasn't. We all grew up in a place where it was okay to say, no one watches women's sport doesn't make money. Women's sport wasn't allowed to lose money year over year, when the reality is, to grow professional sport teams, you have to invest. So what happened? We didn't put in money. It wasn't marketed. It was treated like a charity. It wasn't put on TV. And then people complained when no one watched it. And that has started to shift. It's been treated like a business around the world. And now we have more data that came out of that, where we can see if you put it on TV, if you market it, then you see growing attendance, growing viewership on television, and growing franchise values. And again, in Canada, we have such an incredible market here. 2 in 3 Canadians, in that tiny green font at the bottom there, I'm sure you can see it, 2 in 3 Canadians are already fans of women's sport. And again, I get to operate in a global market, and I can tell you, in Canada, we are 10 years ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to supporting girls and women's in sport. And we still have ways to go. We know that girls drop out of sport at 3 times the rate of boys in this country still. So lots of room to make up. But I promise you, we're ahead of the rest of the world. And we have an incredible market to build in. Next slide, please. And for you folks in Ottawa, your city was a target from day one. We started a company back in mid-2022 called Project 8, myself and my business partner, Thomas Gilbert, with the intention of building this league, and Ottawa was always top of our list. I have personal roots here. You folks have soccer roots here. Way back in the mid-aughts, there was a league called the W League. It was a semi-professional league for women in North America. The 2 of the best teams in North America were Vancouver Whitecaps and Ottawa Fury. And I was very lucky to spend my summers here during college playing for the Ottawa Fury. And it was some of the best years of my life playing soccer. And you guys have one of the biggest youth girls participation soccer communities in the country. Yet you're one of the cities in Canada that doesn't have a pathway to the national team. And building this league is going to change this. There's the right people in market. One of my first phone calls was to Christina Kess, another former women's national team program, who's now technical director at Ottawa Rapid. You've got the fans, I didn't know which team to pick to cheer for in the PWHL. Like, I'm living in Toronto, so I kind of have to cheer for them. But the minute the fans showed up in your arena and packed the stands from day one, I immediately became a Charge fan, and there's huge overlap between women's hockey fans and women's soccer fans. So the fans was a huge piece coming here. And then truly, and we've been talking about it here, infrastructure. I can talk to the soccer side, and I can tell you there's a massive, massive gap in soccer infrastructure between Canada and the other leagues we're competing with. The leagues we're competing with has a mid-sized stadium as a soccer stadium for every 500,000 people. And in Canada, we have a stadium for every 8 million people. So we simply do not have enough stadiums to play in. And we had to go to markets in day one where there was something to play in. And the quality of those stadiums that we're playing in from day one ranges drastically. But we knew in Ottawa, and Ottawa, like for us, like in the PWHL, was the last city to come on board. But we knew we could do it because the infrastructure was here and there was an operating team in OSEG that could take care of all the game day operations for us, which was a huge, huge advantage and made it possible for us to come to this market. And I'll maybe just end again by saying I truly have the privilege in soccer and in my role now to get to zoom out. I have the privilege of visiting so many Canadian cities, and it's one of my favorite parts of the job. And then I get to zoom out and take the 10,000 seat view. I was in Madrid a few weeks ago for something called the Women's League Forum, which was 14 women's professional leagues from around the world coming together, talking about how we can grow the game. And we truly have so many advantages in this country. We're building from scratch. We're playing a little bit of catch up, but we get to learn from what all these other leagues have done. And in Ottawa, I can tell you, you truly have the makings of being one of the best women's professional sport markets, not just in Canada, but in the world. You've already got the Ottawa Charge, one of the best women's hockey clubs in the world. And now the Rapid is coming. And I hope I will see you all. I don't think we've announced the date yet, but the opening game for Rapid will be in and around mid-April. So I hope to see you all there. And I'll be around after as well if anyone wants to ask any questions as well. Thank you so much for having me today. And thanks for Mark and the team for inviting me.
Great. Thank you to everybody. Diana, great to see you. Thank you so much. And thanks for your trailblazing leadership on with this league and with women's sport. We appreciate it. So we're going to go to, before we get to questions, we're going to go to the public delegations. And just before we do that, there is a technical amendment that we wanted to introduce. So Vice Chair Kitts, if you'd be willing to do that, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the following documents were not circulated with the agenda package. Document 3, draft minutes, meetings amongst parties to unanimous shareholder agreements, August 20th, 2024. Document 4, draft minutes, Lansdowne Master Limited Partnership Annual Unit Holder Meeting, August 20th, 2024. Therefore, be it resolved, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee approved the addition of these documents for consideration by the committee at today's meeting pursuant to Section 89.3 of the Procedure Bylaw.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Is that carried? Okay, let's go to the public delegations, beginning with Dan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Dan Hamilton. I'm a longtime resident of Mooney's Bay in River Ward. I'm not an accountant, but you can count me as a concerned citizen. In a document no longer on the Engage Ottawa website, the city stated that the original projections for Lansdowne 1.0 were prepared on a cash flow basis and would not have included depreciation. In the 2024 annual report, that one non-cash item has reduced the bottom line of the partnership by over $76 million so far. Next slide, please. So if you want to compare the actual 2014 to 2024 profit against the original 2012 projections, then you need to add $76 million to net income. With that, it appears Lansdowne is doing much better than we've been led to believe. As I mentioned, depreciation is a non-cash item, and there is a $62 million life cycle fund for repairs. According to the bottom row on page 17, you can see here, the average actual cash deficit is less than 1.75 million a year for the combined operations, including the sports teams. For a large multi-use municipal facility like Lansdowne, that's essentially break even. In fact, drop the COVID year, and Lansdowne is averaging a $500,000 cash surplus these last 3 years. Next slide, please. In Lansdowne 1.0, the city provided OSEG $24 million worth of land for its private developments. That deemed equity doesn't even show here, but it was supposed to give the city a return of $61 million. Now that's zero. Next slide, please. The city gets nothing, but Minto has already gotten a return. In 2022, Minto sold off 2 of the buildings on the city's land, the 2 prime gateway buildings fronting Bank Street. Did the city see any share of the $38 million sale? Did the city have to approve the purchaser? What was the profit made by Minto? The 2020 annual report clearly states on page 10 that the city retains all the land. Does this mean the city gets these buildings back from the Quebec company at the expiry of this deal? OSEG and its principals certainly won't be around for the length of this deal. A future disposition could be the proposed Lansdowne 2.0 towers. It's not inconceivable that the highest bidder could be a foreign entity. Would the city or citizens welcome being in a partnership with, say, a Chinese company or even Donald Trump? Does the city have control on who these properties are sold to next in either Lansdowne 1 or Lansdowne 2? Let's instead imagine what we could do across the city in 24 wards for even some of the $500 million that's expected to be invested in Lansdowne 2.0. In my own ward, Mooney's Bay Beach Pavilion is 10 years past the end of its life already and in bad need of replacement at a cost of about $12 to $15 million. The beach is a jewel of the city that draws people from all socioeconomic backgrounds. In contrast, the new event center will shut out families and lower income residents, since there will have to be a huge jump in ticket prices over the existing Civic Center because it's nearly 40% smaller. I suspect most citizens would prefer to have investment across the city in upgraded facilities and parks that cater to all, not just the rich. The world and the city are in a very different place than when the 2.0 discussion began. I'm very concerned we have no off-ramps for the proposed project before what seems to be the all or nothing council vote in October. Next slide, please. If this is truly such a good deal for the city, why is there a reluctance to properly explore the alternative of either not going ahead at all, or perhaps a middle ground of delaying the project for 2 years to reassess budgets and priorities? It's part of your fiduciary responsibility. So I ask that this committee recommend to council next week that a motion be passed directing staff to fully flesh out a Plan B pro forma based on maintaining
That's
and
time, Mr.
upgrading.
Hamilton.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plante?
Oui, hello, merci, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you so much for your presentation and for being engaged on this issue. I'm not exactly sure who I can get the clarification from, but so I have, as you know, 3 priority neighborhoods in my ward with a lot of Ottawa community housing, and OSEG has been very generous in terms of giving us tickets to events so families can attend free of charge. I'm just wondering if that will continue under this new arrangement, because I do want to take your comment about the affordability of tickets very seriously, because, you know, we don't go to certain sporting events in my family because it's just too far, it's just too expensive. So I just want to make sure if we can get some clarity from that. I'm not sure who would be giving it, but I would like to know. Thank you.
I'd like to know that too.
Yeah, Councillor Plante, I'll jump in. It's Mark Gowdy. You know, there's no requirement, obviously, for us to do any of the work that we do through our foundation in the city, and we do it because it's the right thing to do. Youth at risk is an important focus of our foundation, of our organization. So, you know, I fully expect that, you know, not only will we be doing what we're doing now, but in the future we'll be continuing to add on to that and play a really meaningful role in the lives of, you know, particularly youth at risk in our community.
Merci.
Let's focus on questions for the delegates, and we can ask questions of the presenters after that. Councillor Menard?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Dan. I did want to just jump in on some of what you were speaking to on the original projections. Because I noticed that too, a lot of the losses seem to come from the depreciation that we're seeing as part of the year-over-year losses. In your presentation, you say that the original projections for Lansdowne were prepared on a cash flow basis and would not have included depreciation. I'm just wondering if you can expand on the point you're trying to raise with regard to the depreciation, and that the rest of the site seems to be performing okay, but we didn't have the proper equity in the deal worked out in that waterfall, which hasn't led to returns for the city. So maybe just expand on that first point around the depreciation being used at this time.
Well, I guess, and I want to stress again that I'm not an accountant. So this is just from my observation from looking at financial statements over the years. So the original projections didn't have depreciation. So that obviously makes them look more favorable, and definitely would have been an enticement for the whole deal to go through, because there was no depreciation being recorded. There is a life cycle fund that is meant to handle the repairs of the facility, and that has changed little from what I can see in the waterfall agreement. If I look where that is, I think it's on page 18. The life cycle fund started out in 2012 at 58.5 million for 30 years. It's now at 61.5 over 40 years. So I'm not suggesting that in an income statement it's wrong to have depreciation, but I think the emphasis is on this is a non-cash item. You're just saying the buildings are deteriorating, and so we're writing off this amount of money every year, but it's not a cash item. And so that was my point about what the cash flow looks like. It's basically a $500,000 surplus each year in the last 3 years. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you for clarifying and answering that. And I guess just the last question I have for you is your contention is the city should be doing more work on a performer based on maintaining and upgrading the existing facilities, which would likely save us a lot of money. Is that your contention?
That is my contention. And I know there is the specter that's hanging over this of OSEG defaulting if the decision is made to just maintain and upgrade the facilities. I think that pro forma, that plan B, what should be done is that it should be looked at what's the management strategy if OSEG defaults. And that's got to be part of the package. And I think it should be ready and available for councillors at the same time that the report on Lansdowne 2.0 is made available before the council meeting in October.
Yeah, I would agree with you. We did have a motion on that at this council table. It failed by just one vote in terms of having a backup plan given all the issues we've seen. So perhaps there's another councillor I'd like to bring that forward, because it failed by one vote when I don't think it should have. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We'll go next to John Dance. Just push the button there. Yeah, thank you. Sir, go ahead.
I have a presentation, I believe. Somebody? Thank you. I'm John Dance. I'm a member of the Old Ottawa East Community Association Board, and I'm part of the Community Association's Lansdowne Committee. To begin with, next slide, please. I'd like to just refresh everybody's memory about what the business model was for Lansdowne 1.0. 4 points. City of Ottawa will no longer be spending money to maintain crumbling infrastructure at Lansdowne. Second, Ottawa will benefit from having a new stadium with the required level of life cycle funding to maintain the stadium without increasing property taxes. Third, the City of Ottawa will receive 8% on its funding equity. Fourth, the OSEG will also get 8%. Okay, so that was the basis of what was supposed to happen. All right, let's be very clear about what was supposed to happen, what we taxpayers are told would happen. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. Annual report versus the business model. Okay, you see this continued financial failure, another $9.2 million loss in net loss. You see, well, not specifically within it, doesn't say the request for much more public money for infrastructure, but we know darn well that almost $500 million is much more public money. This was not supposed to happen. There is a fundamental failure. Second or thirdly, life cycle funding did not maintain the stadium. When I hear Mr. Gowdy speak of leaks in the roof, I say, come on, they were responsible for fixing it. They got an extra loan for that. They were responsible for keeping it up. There's a failure of the partnership where that happens. Finally, the city did not and will not receive 8% in funding equity, a complete financial failure of the business model and the partnership. Next slide, please. So, yeah, there's also a real lack of clarity in the report. It's just really poorly done when it comes to the financial end of it. There is no real analysis of the reasons for abysmal financial performance. To put it all at the lack of success of the Red Blacks, it's just so weak. There's what's worst of all, nobody is taking accountability. Nobody's laying accountability for the financial failure. Finally, there's no real alternatives for addressing abysmal financial performance except for statements like need to improve Lansdowne Park, need for strategic improvements, revitalize site, offer a variety of activities to increase attendance. Next slide, please. So what are the proposed strategic improvements that the annual report refers to, that the city manager referred to? A new event center with 40% less seating, new north side stands with 20% less seating and an eliminated roof. You're not going to have 24,000 people at the Panda game. New retail that increases total retail by 2.3%, a lousy 2.3%. And the retail is supposed to be the driving thing. Well, all you're doing after you rip down the just built Block J is creating a marginal amount of more retail. So in short, the $500 million of improvement will not significantly increase revenues, will diminish attendance during the 7 to 10 years of construction, and really because of reduced capacity thereafter. And it will demolish about $43 million of the L1 investment. And the city's been quite lack of transparent in saying how much is really being torn down, that you just spent $200 million on new land, on the stadium and on the Block J and elsewhere. And the $500 million will result in increased taxes and divert money from higher priorities. Next slide, please. I think next slide that was not it. Okay, annual report. So look, the urban park did really well. I congratulate once again Dan Chenier, who does so much. But L2 is just going to diminish the urban park by removing much of the berm and promoting more vehicular traffic through it. The results of the annual report call into question the very costly and poorly justified Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. Final slide, please. Okay, so please direct staff to analyze why Lansdowne 1.0 has been a continuing financial failure. Through consultation and independent expert advice, determine and cost citywide needs and options for large, accessible, I think that is important, entertainment sports facilities, plural, that are well supported by the city's transportation system. Report to committee no later than last quarter of this coming fiscal year. Consider related budget requirements in the coming budget and the budget deliberations for 26-27. Seriously, you're down a road of this $500 million thereabouts for Lansdowne 2.0. You got to stop it. You're just putting taxpayers and the whole city in jeopardy, and you have not assigned accountability and done anything about the utter failure of Lansdowne 1.0.
That's time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for, Councillor Menard. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just very quickly to Mr. Dance, thank you for coming out and your analysis on this deal. under normal circumstances, when we've had financial projections that haven't come to pass and what is, I guess, negative cash flows, what would normally happen with a management? How would that normally be reviewed and analyzed when it comes to accountability here? Because we said that we were going to have different results year over year. And even when we came back in 2020, we said there was going to be different results. So, you know, in terms of your own experience, when there's this type of management of the site with losses that were not projected to happen initially, what should be happening in terms of accountability and management of the site?
Well, definitely, you have to question the partnership that's led to this. You have to question. You have to question just how this has been done. Is the city getting a good deal? Are you really wanting to spend $500 more with the same partners that came up with the original scheme? It truly, truly baffles imagination. In the private sector, if this was just the private sector thing, they would not be putting another $500 million in. And we must note that OSEG is putting no money in towards the upcoming expenditure. Sure, they're going from $1 a year in rental to $500,000, but that's a pittance. They are not contributing financially to this, and they are not managing this well. On the other hand, city staff have managed the urban park superbly, and I congratulate them for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Dance. Thanks for the presentation. I'll just note that I'm going to introduce the next delegate, and then I have to step away for an event, and Vice Chair Kitts will step in for me during this next presentation. Carolyn McKenzie, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to speak again today. So we've heard about lots of terrific events at Lansdowne, and that's certainly true, but another loss of $9.2 million. This annual report should be clearly identifying Lansdowne's financial performance and key risks to understand why. Council needs more than selectively worded summaries. It needs clear information, not spin, before deciding whether to pour $500 million into Lansdowne 2.0 to rescue OSEG's failed business model. It's not helped when this council continues to accept blank financial statements that convey nothing about the 4 OSEG-run business lines at Lansdowne. How can council provide proper oversight, and how can staff negotiate a good deal for taxpayers without having the financials for TD Place, the Red Blacks, the 67s, and the retail leasing business run by OSEG? A councillor recently asked me what we'd gain from this data. With my 5 minutes, I'll focus on the retail leasing business, a critical element of Lansdowne 2.0's financial strategy for how we plan on paying down so much new debt. The annual report boasts and continues to boast an increase to $12.7 million in net operating income for last year, making special mention of an impressive increase of 17%. But was it? The previous year's operating income had also been tracking to come in at $12.7 million. Instead, at the last minute, it was adjusted downward to $10.9 million due to rent abatements from the year before that weren't accounted for until 2023. Without that accounting shift for 2023, retail net operating income actually flatlined last year, not a 17% gain. This despite 100% occupancy and more events drawing people to the site. But those details are not communicated in this report. And what's really driving retail leasing success? Amazing, as we heard from our general manager. Every year, again, this report points to retail leasing occupancy as proof of strength. But last year, the Med Supper Club and U-Tenant admitted to the Ottawa Citizen that they wouldn't be at Lansdowne without a huge break on the rent from landlords. Yet Lansdowne 2.0's projections that were vetted by Ernst & Young assume market rate rents, not deeply discounted ones. It seems that Lansdowne is being filled with at least some tenants by giving big breaks on rent. But it's profit that matters, and we don't know what OSEG is spending on rent discounts now, or what commitments to tenants have been made in the future, and how they could impact future cash flows, and therefore potential disbursements back to the city. Those details are not communicated in this report. Another red flag is an extra $1.4 million in borrowing costs that increased losses. with zero explanation to council. My question was, how much was borrowed, for what, and which of the 4 business lines did it impact? Council approved a $20 million line of credit intended to support cash flow deficits during Lansdowne 2.0 construction. Has that actually been activated already? If so, why? Or was this borrowing that was used to cover operating losses? If so, why? Under the current partnership agreement, isn't OSEG supposed to be responsible for deficits? I don't think council's getting the full picture, and the financial risks to the city extend far beyond retail, including the city's plan to spend roughly $125 million on new Northside stands for the Red Blacks, because other teams don't use these stands, with no matching commitment from OSEG that the Red Blacks will exist past 2032. Neglecting community arenas and rec centers across the city that don't meet accessibility standards, are at or near the end of their useful life, and may simply close if we prioritize this large spend for Lansdowne. We also face competition from a new downtown sports and entertainment district that will be anchored by the Senators, which will almost certainly also demand support from the city. And finally, an urgent need to invest in our downtown, a reality that the Board of Trade is all too aware of and has shown great leadership on, and accompanied with a call for a $500 million investment fund. But let's not pretend that we can afford to do it all. Now it seems that Lansdowne design is being watered down to attempt to reduce the budget that will be presented to council, to you this fall. So it comes in close to the preliminary budget that you saw and were promised earlier. Does this remind anyone at all of the LRT Line 1? Why else are we seeing diminished designs for the public realm and public plaza areas? I'll say dumbing down of the promised green building standards that would actually save money over the life of the arena, and less green space, not to mention no stadium roof, no green roof, and an arena not big enough to host women's professional hockey fans, and no more sledding hill, all while taxpayers take on significantly more debt. And I have one line and I'll finish. We need an open, fact-driven process to adjust this plan, balancing OSEG's demands with real public benefit and financial sustainability. It is possible, but only if council insists on transparency and a deal Ottawa can actually afford. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. We have a question from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and thanks, Carolyn, for your analysis. It's really important that you brought up the retail piece, because obviously occupancy doesn't mean that we're getting market rents there. And in the EY analysis, they go into detail and say that their analysis indicates that if the current performance levels are maintained, the Red Blacks, 67s, and stadium operations are unlikely to achieve profitability. And that if in such a scenario, the retail operating unit must subsidize the sports teams and stadium, with any downturn in retail operations making the overall Lansdowne partnership operations unsustainable. We are banking over $1 billion from the retail side in revenue. And EY called those optimistic. So I just wonder your take, because if you know, the extra 8,000 square feet of retail, we're only getting extra 8,000 square feet of retail here. If that doesn't produce this magic amount of over $1 billion, we're in real trouble here, aren't we?
We are, and I continue to raise this. I'm sure I sound like a broken record. I continue to raise my concerns about the financial strategy writ large, but the retail leasing business, which is we're so dependent on in order to pay down this massive amount of debt that we'll be taking on, and there are huge risks. And when I continue to hear, I think I was trying to count how many references just this morning to this amazing occupancy rate. And while of course having retail space that is filled looks great, looks very positive, as I said, it's the profitability. And it's not just any level of profitability, it's sufficient profitability to be able to pay down the debt going forward that we'll need to see. So we can fill those seats. We can fill that space by providing tenants with huge breaks on their rent, by rent abatements going forward. But it doesn't mean that does not necessarily translate into our ability to pay down the debt. And when I continue to see a focus in previous annual reports, and I went back through a number of them, where they only talk about the occupancy rates, not about profitability and never comparing to the actual budgeted profitability, that's a huge red flag for me. And I think it should be a huge red flag for all of us.
Thanks for your, civic interest and care for the city, Carolyn. I appreciate your delegation today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We have no other questions for you. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Our final delegate is Sharon Katz.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Katz, and I'm a resident of Ottawa who believes that the city should not be spending $500 million of city taxpayers' money on Lansdowne 2.0. Some of the reasons are as follows. 1, the record of the Lansdowne partnership as reported in the annual report is that it lost money every year since 2014. That is not a great recommendation for the future. 2, the Lansdowne proposal is based on a number of questionable financial assumptions. 3, this is not the right time to be spending that kind of money on this kind of project. The mayor himself has stated that Ottawa's financial situation is tight. The city has just passed the budget with a multi-million-dollar hole in it, which is actually illegal. The city has declared priorities such as affordable housing and dealing with climate change, but the last budget reduced the amount of money allocated to affordable housing. The transit system needs to be improved to the point where people will want to use it. And now, in addition to everything else, we have Donald Trump. And finally, I'm against the proposal for Lansdowne 2.0 because it is flawed. The current hockey rink has a seating capacity of 9,500. The Lansdowne 2 proposal is to tear it down and replace it with an arena that has a seating capacity of 5,500. That might or might not have been a reasonable idea when the project was first proposed, when we were looking forward to the arrival of the Professional Women's Hockey League. But now we've seen that they have drawn audiences of 9,000 in their first season. An arena that only seats 5,500 won't do. I've asked Sean Moore about this. The first time by email, he responded that it was okay because there would be standing room. Really? We're supposed to spend $240 million to tear down an old but big enough arena to replace it with one that's too small but has standing room? At the recent Engage Ottawa Lansdowne event, the question was asked again, first by someone else and then again by me. Sean Moore assured us that 5,500 is the sweet spot in terms of size and everything would be okay. And another issue that I realized as I was listening to city staff, you have all these outdoor events. Having construction, heavy duty construction for like 7 to 10 years is not going to be good for attendance at all these outdoor events. The response from Sean Moore that, everything is going to be okay, I consider to be an insult to my intelligence, to the intelligence of everyone else who has raised the question. And this is also related to the other item on your agenda, the quality of public engagement. In summary, 1, financially, Lansdowne 2.0 is not a good investment. 2, this is not a good time for the city to be spending that kind of money on this kind of project. And 3, the project as proposed is flawed and should not proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I'm not seeing any questions for you. Thanks very much. Okay, we'll move to questions for staff. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just a huge congratulations to Dan Chenier and the city team over at Lansdowne. We work with them closely on all kinds of issues there, and it's a citywide site. We have residents coming from all over the city there, but it's in Capital Ward, so we get a lot of the complaints or the improvements that people are wanting to see there. And Dan's team does a great job of triaging the work with us on this very important site for the city. So thank you for all that you've been doing. It's good that you're still running the site, and that should be in perpetuity in that area. you did mention that OSEG does the maintenance, and you mentioned working with OSEG to kind of get lower costs on the maintenance side. What does that mean? Are we seeing increases on the maintenance side since we contracted that out, or?
Chair, the OSEG does provide the city with the ongoing maintenance. What I was referring to there specifically is, as part of our regular ongoing operations, we do review maintenance requirements for the park, for the buildings, and discuss with OSEG. And it's simply to keep a lid on incremental growth to any of that, since it is important for us to live within our budget at Lansdowne. As well, with some of the changes that may come to the park, we will want to look at what the impact is on the areas that are currently maintained by OSEG, but that may not be programmed, and make adjustments that would reflect that as well, in terms of, as an example, the Aberdeen Pavilion, should it go out of commission, it would no longer need the day-to-day care that it gets now, and that would be reflected. So those are the kinds of discussions that we would have.
No, that's important. And just the overall management performance of the site is very important to keep an eye on. And I guess to the city manager, the partnership has now lost money for the 10th straight year, with net financial losses and no net positive cash flows. So how is the city assessing the management performance of the site?
Thank you for that question. I don't think it's a surprise in terms of losses that we're seeing. We've talked about that now for a number of years, and that brings us to the plan that we put in front of council, which council has endorsed, in terms of looking at the option of redevelopment for the site, and making additional investments there. We certainly rely on the partnership agreement in terms of how we're looking at the assessment of the management of the site, and we work very closely with our partners at OSEG with respect to what's happening there, the work that's carried out. And I think what's important here is to remember that this is a partnership. It is a partnership between OSEG and the city, and we each have a role in that.
Yeah, just after 10 years of not producing what we said we were going to produce, though, you'd think we'd be looking more at how we manage the site and the losses that have been incurred, and why that continues to occur, and that there be some accountability. And I'm not seeing that. How many more people are you anticipating to come to Lansdowne with the Lansdowne 2.0 to make up the shortfalls that we're seeing?
I'm going to ask Isabel to come and speak. We're not here to speak about what's happening in the future, but we can talk about some of the projections that we put forward with respect to 2.0. And I know that my colleague from OSEG, Mark, he did speak about this in the presentation in terms of the increased traffic that we've seen on site. He can provide that detail as well.
So Chair, the estimates that we've included in the projections is an additional 1 million visitors on the site.
Okay, if that's the case, why do the transportation consultants hired by OSEG to assess the traffic impact of Lansdowne 2.0 conclude that since the new facilities will be smaller, and since the current programming will simply be replaced, there will be no increase in visitors' traffic to Lansdowne?
Yeah, I can answer that, Isabel, I think, if you want. So, I mean, where the incremental visitors are going to come from, and after the facilities are built, is kind of twofold. One is our ability to host more events, right? And the transportation engineers, what they concluded is the big things that are happening right now and the congestion that's happening with the big events that we have right now are going to get no worse. Lansdowne is better able to manage smaller events, 5,000 kind of people events. So we're looking at being able to do more of that stuff kind of over less dark days for Lansdowne where we don't have an event over the course of the year. So kind of managing the load over more days.
Yeah, just I'm seeing from the transportation consultant that there is no increase in visitor traffic to Lansdowne being projected. So that's why the difference between the 4 and 5 million, it's not driving with the transportation reports. And we should probably work on that if that's the case. Has OSEG agreed to keep the Red Blacks and sports teams in Ottawa longer than 7 years from now?
You're gonna have to help me. We in 2022 extended the that 7 years. I can't remember how many years it was to though.
It was 10 years from 2022 to 2032. So we got 7
So
years
there we
left
go.
of that.
So that's the commitment right now.
Okay, so after 2032, there's a potential that the Red Blacks could leave or that you won't operate them anymore.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that, Councillor. I think there was in the initial agreements there was there was a commitment to stay for the 7 years that has been extended to 32, and that's how it sits right now in terms of commitments. I think you've seen through the actions of ourselves and Roger Greenberg and John Ruddy. They are committed to Ottawa and they're committed to Lansdowne and OSEG and keeping things here and making this successful. I don't know that you could find two individuals more committed to the city than those two.
Yeah, and I guess if the teams, you did sell the teams, the city would have right of first refusal on those teams to potentially operate them or have another operator operate them is my understanding. On the retail rents, we currently have 41,000 square feet of retail in the J block, fronting the north side stands and Exhibition Way. I just want to make sure I'm correct in this on the plan, because the plan as it stands is to demolish that 41,000 square feet of those small businesses, factoring into the report. And by the way, Lansdowne 2.0 is peppered throughout this report. So if there's any questions about whether this is in order, Chair, this is completely in order because it's peppered throughout the report. Just tell me if I'm correct that as it stands, those small businesses would be demolished. We would sell the air and subterranean rights to a developer, have them construct the new retail almost at the exact same size at 49,000 square feet instead of 41. And then the city partnership would buy back almost the exact same retail square footage that we have built from 2014 for about 34.7 million using the expanded retail loan. I just want to make sure that's actually what the plan is.
Chair, when we looked at 2.0 and the projections and came up with a funding strategy, we were originally looking at 108,000 square feet of retail. We actually built retail at an optimal time because it was beneficial, the costs were lower. When we were updating the business case for 2.0, the cost of building retail has significantly increased and it just breaks even. So there was no business justification for increasing the size of the retail.
So the plan is to tear down that existing retail, buy it back from a private developer, and have the exact same square footage or thereabouts, 8,000 more, go into that area at an expanded loan that the city would take on. Just seems ludicrous to me that we would do that, but that is the plan. We have seen high occupancy rates at Lansdowne since the inception. But the retail rents haven't been enough to offset the losses on the rest of the site. Are market rents being charged per square footage in the retail spaces?
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat your question. Are what?
Are market rents being charged in the retail spaces, and can the public see the total amount of rents charged in those areas?
No, we don't make those. That's commercially confidential information. We wouldn't make those publicly available.
Okay, we're anticipating over $1 billion in retail revenues with Lansdowne 2.0 with only an expanded 8,000 square feet of retail. What are the current profits of the retail side?
Is that for me, Councillor?
It's for anyone who has the answer to what the current profits of the retail side
Yeah,
is.
so what you have in your financial statements for 2024, the operating profits of the retail is $12.6 million. Right, and off of that comes the depreciation of the 160,000 square feet of buildings.
Okay, you take that 12.6, you put it out the 40 years, we're coming nowhere close to over $1 billion.
If I may clarify, the business case for 2.0 is based on increased events, not more retail.
Yeah, we've got a lot of events at Lansdowne right now, and my fingers are crossed that we get the many more that we're talking about, but the transportation analysis is saying we're not going to, and I believe them, because we have a lot of events there right now. I did want to go into just that $1.4 million question that one of the delegates asked for borrowing. Can you just explain what that was? And was that from that $20 million line of credit that was supposed to be for 2.0 in the future if the buildings are demolished?
Councillor, I can't remember the question that was asked specifically. If it was about the increased cost of borrowing, part of that would be interest costs on a portion of that $20 million loan for sure.
Councillor, you're at time, so you'll have to come back on.
Thanks.
Okay. Great. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is for a little bit of a different slant here. This is very exciting, super exciting. It's amazing to think that we could be so known for women's sport. You know, I mean, that your presentation was fabulous. I was so happy to hear about that. But I have a number of questions. I made a number of comments in our briefing, and I want to thank staff for the fabulous briefings. They were so thorough and helpful, this report being unbelievably transparent for anybody who's looking at the details of all of this project. I really appreciate all the materials and all the briefings. So thank you for that. One of the comments I made in the briefing that I think is maybe important to make here, because certainly OSEG was not in our briefing, but in Canada, we have, with federal funding, the autonomous vehicle shuttle project going on with amazing cooperation from the City of Ottawa on our roads, where the vehicles will actually talk to the traffic lights. And, you know, when you think about a project like this for a city, this is not being built for the next 10 years. This is being built for 100 years out, you know, so you think about that. And also from the Hydro Ottawa perspective, my questions involve how able is this entire project to adapt to the changing technologies? And I'll list a few of them for you. So number one, having autonomous vehicles coming potentially from Dow's Lake or downtown to Lansdowne. Right now on the Marshes Golf Course, we have drones that deliver drinks to people that are out on the golf course. So imagining drones potentially coming into the stadium to drop off drinks at people's spots, and having robots, like we have robots in Canada that can go up and down the elevator. So I was looking at the accessibility options and thinking they're very much adaptive to robots, so that we would be able to do that. But the other component of it, the Hydro Ottawa component of it, is the charging capacity of some of these technologies, and just hoping that we are in our planning future-proofing this for not only the power that's required, but also the ability to have some of these things. And one of the questions I have is, number one, you've heard what my questions are. Is there enough power? Is there ability to have some of these things take place? We may have a Canadian version of Waymo, you never know. But the other is the NCC, the Queen Elizabeth Drive and the closed road closures and things. How is that working right now? And would that cause any kind of future challenges?
Yeah, and I think starting with the transportation, and this is kind of a conversation we had last year as well as at this meeting. There's two ways into Lansdowne right now. There's Bank Street and there's QED. Right now, Bank Street probably does about 60% of the capacity of people that are coming there, and the QED does about 40%. So Bank Street's our main entrance, but particularly in anything where we're over 2,000 people, QED is super important to us. So the ability to keep access to the QED is paramount. It would be catastrophic if we didn't have access to QED, or a different way to get 4 or 5 million people there in the course of the year. And I think from our perspective, we don't really care how people get there as long as they can get there. And right now, the best two ways to get there is using the QED and Bank Street and the public transportation and the transportation network that we have in place. If there are different, cool, weird things that can happen over the next 40 years, awesome. But they need to make sense to people, and they need to, be able to feed people's demand to get to Lansdowne. So for sure, right now QED is vital to our ability to kind of keep doing what we're doing and to be able to grow what we're doing. In terms of future proofing, Hydro Ottawa is part of the project team, and that's kind of their job, is to look out and help us and help the city think through what is going to be coming, what the demand looks like, and what power generation we're going to need for Lansdowne kind of for the next 50 years after this project is is on board. We haven't spent a ton of time on robots and drone deliveries right now, but we'll look at that.
Thank you for that, because, you know, as I said, like, you know, this will be for 100 years, and you can only imagine how different it will be. And just to sort of build some of that thoughtfulness into the project, it's beyond exciting. As I said in the briefing, you know, I find it very difficult to believe that anybody would be voting against this. Our other assets don't generate revenue. Our other assets constantly lose money because they are public assets. So I hear the challenges. I always think about this project as one of the only ways that the city could potentially get revenue and significant revenue from one of our assets, as they tend to be a losing deal for the city. So if this were in Canada, I would be welcoming this like nobody's business. So I'm so excited about it. It gets better and better every time we talk about it. So I really appreciate every bit of information we get. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the report before us. My questions are about sort of the functionality of the site itself, and I want to address sort of ongoing concerns that my residents raise and may or may not be impacting the success of the site as a whole. And the first is with respect to transportation. Can I have a better understanding if council has already requested, sort of separate from the 2.0 discussion, but are we currently looking at the fluidity, the movement of traffic, gridlock issues, how to move people better, how to communicate and make the public aware that there's off-site shuttle services? As Mr. Gowdy said, even when we have smaller events at Lansdowne, QEW is gridlocked. QEW is not moving. There's no police directing traffic. There's no one in charge. It's long queues in both directions of 3 directions of cars trying to cram in to a site that's already full, where there's no parking, and cars are just trying to squeeze in more and more. That to me is a transportation failure. So is the city looking at existing challenges at Lansdowne with respect to the flow of traffic and how to make current modifications to make sure this moves better?
I think that was a question for the city, but I can talk from our perspective about it.
I'm happy to start. And I think what would be great is if you could speak to sort of what's happening from an operational perspective. Transit's obviously a top priority for us. And one of the things that we have done is encouraged use of transit. And Mark can unpack and talk about some of the successes that we have had with respect to leveraging transit and the shuttles that we set up to keep cars off-site and reduce the traffic that's happening on site. So I'll ask Mark to talk about some of those things.
Yeah, so obviously I can't talk to what technical work is being done in the transportation department of the city. Transportation is difficult, right? It's like the Rubik's Cube of getting people in and out of Lansdowne. It depends on the time of day, it depends on the day of the week, depends on the time of year and all of that stuff. So, you know, I don't think the improvements in Lansdowne, there's not 1 or 2 things, there's a whole bunch of things that need to happen to that. Judging when there's police, both on Bank Street and on QED, the shuttle network we haven't put in place. And it's kind of funny because when we talk to people across the country, they think of Ottawa and our partnership as very innovative. I don't know that there's another partnership in North America where all ticket purchases are subsidized and anybody that has a ticket for an event gets free transportation to the site. So like I probably get 5 calls a year from North America wide stadiums asking about that program, what it does, the benefits of it. And from our perspective, the benefit has been better public transportation to Lansdowne than was anticipated back in 2012 when this was kind of designed. We've more than met our modal share. Got people back on OC Transpo buses that hadn't been on OC Transpo buses for 35 years. So I think from that, it's been a success. What we are looking at doing now, I mean, we continue to try and tweak things, looking at how do we better pick people off before they get to the downtown core. So are we able to put a network, and we run shuttles, Councillor Brockington, I think, as you know, from, depending on the events, from City Hall, from Canada Post, from Carleton University, but are we able to utilize around the downtown core parking lots that might not be being used at nighttime when, you know, we typically require them, and be able to pick off more people from driving their cars to Lansdowne and shuttle them into the core. So from our perspective, that's kind of the biggest thing that we're working on going forward.
I'm just going to add to that in terms of some of the work that the city is doing. So in our planning area, they are doing a transportation study, a feasibility study in terms of what's happening in the area. Expect the report to come back mid-year this year to talk about some of the issues and possible improvements that we can make.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. You know, the ticket bundling, I do believe is a success, not just for Lansdowne events, but Blues Fest and others. But when you have the gridlock that we have on Bank and Queen Elizabeth, something needs to be ironed out here. There are people who are not going to Lansdowne who are stuck, and I appreciate that there'll be more information forthcoming. With respect to Mr. Gowdy, you talked about that the Red Blacks' performance was a contributing factor to some of the financial challenges. Have you been able to quantify what a positive season yields versus a poor performing season? I mean, you've gone so far as to mention it in the report before us. So what does a negative performing season quantify?
The swing that we've seen in our first, is it 11 years now, 11 seasons, is about $4 million. So from kind of what we experienced kind of leading up through Grey Cup 2017, 2018, that we were back in the Grey Cup, to now is about $4 million of a swing. So that's kind of, I think, Councillor, the room that we have to move back up as we, you know, we kind of solve for Blacks and get back to being competitive.
Thank you. With respect to the Aberdeen Pavilion, can I just be reminded, are we full steam ahead with significant renovations of that building this calendar year? And what is the plan to accommodate and rehouse tenants of the Aberdeen Pavilion during construction?
Chair, the plan is for the pavilion to be closed going forward for this year. We have been working with the farmers market and some of the regular tenants there to best accommodate them. Some will have a reduced footprint, some will use the horticultural building and space outside. So there is a comprehensive plan. Others may choose to go to other locations pending the finish of that work. We've also looked at our own programming to see what we can move outdoors and what we can move to other sites until the pavilion can reopen.
Madam Chair, do we have quorum? Madam Secretary, do we have quorum?
Yes, we do. We have 2 members online, and Dudas is online as now as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I know that we read in the report and heard today from staff that despite operational improvements, the partnership posted a net loss of $9.2 million. I was wondering if staff could address what specific strategies are being considered to improve the partnership's financial performance and reduce ongoing losses with a view to achieve profitability and to reduce the debt.
I'll start and then I'll pass it over to my colleague. I think First and foremost, what's important is when you look at the partnership agreement that we do have and the protection, I'm going to say the risk that has transferred to OSEG, any losses are the responsibility of OSEG. So they are covering those losses at this point in time. So when you look at the city's financials, this does not impact the city financials. But I'll pass it over to Mark in terms of some of the things that are happening on site with respect to increased programming and activities that are happening and planned.
Yeah, and Councillor King, I think I'll go back to kind of where I was in my presentation, that when we started our first year of operations, it was the cash loss, and that's the most important thing, is the cash loss. So I'll talk to that. It was about $15 million. In 2024, it was about $6 million. So we're working our way towards cash break even. The thing specifically, there's not one thing specifically that will bridge that gap. I think our goal is to get to break even by the time we move into our new facilities, so that can accelerate it. And I think we spent lots of time on the fact that there is no, premium club seats. A lot of the revenue producing things that are in other stadiums and other arenas we don't have. So that will hopefully accelerate kind of our growth. But in the meantime, the big one's going to be the 67s, the Red Blacks, and their ability to get back to, where we had been, which is capacity crowds kind of throughout the season. We look for improved growth in the 67s. We also have new tenants that have come out now on stream, starting with the Ottawa Charge last year, Northern Super League and Ottawa Rapid this year. And the fact that we have been progressively doing more and more non-sports events, so concerts and other things, that growing as well. So it's not one thing, it's a whole bunch of things. And again, our goal is to manage to a place where we are now cash flow break even, self-sufficient, and allow the facilities to kind of push profitability and push distributions into the future when they come online.
So you're saying that the target of really closing that $6 million gap is going to be the metric of success for Lansdowne 2.0 developments in terms of its financial performance?
Correct.
So I'd like to pose to staff, what would be the metric of success for community benefits?
Ask Isabel if she can speak to that, but I think at a high level, you look at the attraction, what we're trying to do on site with respect to the activities, the foot traffic, the number of community events that we have and community programming there, really bringing the community together with respect to that and making that space available from, I'm going to say, an urban plan perspective. And I'll just ask Isabel if she has anything to add to that, and look to Sean Moore as well, just to supplement.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we did an economic impact analysis as part of the 2.0, and there's a significant improvement in increase in tourism too, which has a huge impact on our business community all along the area, bringing in tourism for hotels. So it's bringing in these world-class events is really where we're trying to increase the presence on the site.
Maybe add to that, what I talked about in my presentation as well. Like, before we reopened Lansdowne, this was a site that was generating 250, 300,000 people a year, which was mostly just 67s and farmers market folks. That's gone to 4 million people. And now it's a big, I think it's a source of pride in our community. It's a source of jobs. There are 4,000 full and part-time jobs. And it's generating $300 million a year in economic activity. So I think, and you can go into the social benefits to it in terms of employment in Ottawa and supporting the economy and making it a place that our knowledge-based companies can attract staff to. I think it's, we're proud of the role that we play as Ottawa's gathering place. And I think that's, there's a whole lot of things that are, more important than the nuts and bolts of the financial statements that we reviewed.
Well, of course, we have to be concerned about the economic viability, the financial sustainability of the project. So given that the 40-year waterfall projections are now approximately $50 million lower than the original 30-year projections, what factors are contributing to this decline, and what corrective measures can be considered?
Yeah, from my perspective, Councillor, it's, I think there was very optimistic assumptions that went into the projections back in 2012 when they were being prepared. You'll remember we've talked about it previously that, the assumption was that everything would be profitable from day one and just continue to accelerate on top of itself. Unfortunately, that's not the world of sports. It doesn't work that way. And you see this in, some of the most profitable, some of the most valuable entities in the world. They're still losing money at the sport level, but the franchise values are kind of what sustains them going forward and the growth that they've seen in franchise values. So I think where we have, I think we learned early on, we've had this conversation for about a decade, learned early on that sports is hard. And, what we do is we benchmark ourselves against our peers and understand that we are doing a good job with the assets that we have. But sports is hard. The economics of sports is hard. And, we continue to get to that place where we need to be, which is financial sustainability.
Based on that answer, is there any insight that you can provide concerning the measures that are being taken to improve team performance and attendance?
Yeah, I mean, team performance, I think we're talking about Red Blacks. We went through some personnel changes over the last couple of years, and we now have a general manager in Sean Burke and a head coach in Bob Dice that I think are what we need, and are what have got us to where we were last year, which is, back in the playoffs, first best home record in the CFL. It's tough to gauge right now without being on the field, but they've had a very successful offseason, and that'll continue with free agency. So I think the short is we have the right people in the right positions from our football team's perspective to look after us being, perpetually competitive and fighting for championships over the next bunch of years.
Well, I appreciate those efforts, having enjoyed a few Red-Black games myself and my wife as well over the season. And so we're big fans, and obviously we want to see the success of the team, but we also want to see the success of the overall project. And of course, that requires solid fiscal oversight on behalf of council. I have one last question to staff, and I'm wondering if staff can elaborate on the current status of the life cycle fund contributions and whether the projected $61.5 million will be sufficient for long-term maintenance requirements. I think we heard from a delegate about the challenges that the facility has seen. And so we want to ensure that there's obviously sufficient funding for maintenance.
So per the contract, there has been an updated engineering report to identify the life cycle requirements, and OSEG is contributing to the life cycle fund based on that plan. It only goes out 7 years, depending on where 2.0 goes. And then if it was not approved by council, it would have to be updated.
Thank you for those answers. That's all my questions at this time. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Certainly hearing about the optimistic assumptions from the 2012 and 2014 rebuild reminds me of now. We've got optimistic assumptions now, and that's not my words, that's from EY. But the annual report really does highlight a number of areas of deep concern. The questionable refusal to do needed, modest, less expensive facility upgrades. We all know the Morrison-Hirschfeld report exists now and says that we need 40 million over 40 years to have this stadium last in good condition. That's 1 million a year, a lot less than $500 million or 419 plus. The contradictory claims in the report that the new facilities are needed while the traffic consultant's model assumes no additional event attendance. The lack of transparency into the amount of incentives that are being provided to retail tenants, the lack of a confirmation that the Red Blacks will be here in just 7 years, and the complete absence of commentary about the management of the site that exists now that consistently has overpromised and underperformed since the inception of the partnership. I'm worried about the small businesses at Lansdowne and along Bank Street that are not going to survive 7 to 10 years of construction. I'm concerned about the plan that we've got in front of us now, and that the only cure to Lansdowne 1 is doing the exact same thing we did to Lansdowne 2. That's not going to help. And you all know these projections are optimistic. You all know that 8,000 square feet more retail is not going to produce the over $1 billion that we're saying it's going to. So I'm asking for some bravery from city staff to come back with some more independent analysis on what a refurbishment scenario would look like for Lansdowne, rather than spending all of this money when we have a perfectly usable stadium, a brand new south side, accessible south side, with accessibility upgrades on the north side that are needed now, and to the rest of the site, and the Achilles heel of Lansdowne, which is transportation. Let's fix those problems and not spend good money after bad on a Lansdowne 2.0, which this report highlights in detail, in my view, with deep concern. So that's it for me, Chair, and I hope that we come to a better conclusion on Lansdowne, given the environment we're in, with the crisis around affordable housing, the issues of transit in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With no other questions, 2024 Lansdowne Annual Report, is that carried as amended? Thank you. We are going to take a short recess now until 12:45. We know there's an important announcement happening. We've lost a couple councillors, so we will resume at 12:45. Thank you.
Okay, let's resume. Thank you, everyone. I believe there's a motion that was originally going to be from Councillor Brown, but perhaps Vice Chair Kitts could share it, that is related to the tariff crisis. And so we're waiving it on if that's possible. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? That it's time sensitive? Okay. Pardon? Okay, yeas and nays on waiving it on, please. So I can give the rationale that the motion asks staff to look into what can be done in a number of different areas to position Ottawa so that we are purchasing Canadian products and services. There is some time involved in doing that. So if, with a 30-day reprieve, there still needs to be work that's done so that we're positioned well, that if tariffs are imposed in 30 days, we're in position to act. So that's the rationale. Okay, yes and nays, please, on suspending the rules for this motion.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Councillor Gower is here too.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am reading this in on behalf of Councillor Brown, and he wanted me to indicate that several councillors, including Councillor Leeper, Dudas, Plant, and myself, also worked on this in collaboration with your office. Whereas, despite the 30-day reprieve achieved on February 3rd, the threat of U.S. tariffs against the Canadian economy remains. And whereas a 25% levy on Canadian imports to the U.S., along with anticipated retaliatory tariffs from Canada, will disrupt supply chains, increase prices for goods, depreciate the Canadian dollar, and negatively impact the Canadian economy and major industries, potentially leading to a recession. And whereas the City of Ottawa should take proactive measures to support federal and provincial efforts while mitigating financial impacts on the municipality, therefore be it resolved that staff prepare an update outlining the economic forecast and potential negative impacts of the ongoing trade war on the City of Ottawa's procurement exposure and financial positions. And be it further resolved that staff present a plan to ensure the city's procurement bylaws and processes are sufficiently flexible to support the purchase of local, Canadian, and non-American goods and services wherever possible. And be it further resolved that the mayor convene a meeting of local business leaders to develop an action plan to support and promote local products and businesses. And be it further resolved that the mayor work with the mayor of Gatineau on a request to the other levels of government to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers. And be it further resolved that the City of Ottawa collaborate with other levels of government and representative businesses and trade organizations in efforts to create local supply chain for products and services currently purchased from American companies.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Curry.
So thank you for this. I'm glad that we voted. This is time sensitive. One of the things, so I'm in support of this motion. One of the things I was going to say was that since I became a city councillor for Canada North, I have heard nonstop about how city, province, federal government needs to think about what else they can do to help local businesses be the vendor of choice. And we actually had a great presentation at one of the Tech Tuesdays within the last year from the Chief Procurement Officer federally, the Chief Procurement Officer provincially, and then our Chief Procurement Officer. And it was heartening to see then that there was a lot of thought already put into what could be done. And, we learned a lot, I think, from that presentation. And I've since had very good conversation with city staff. There's more coming already from our city staff on our procurement rules and what can be done to help benefit local businesses. So anything more we can do, given that this is happening now, I think is a very good idea. So I'm glad to see this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd like to echo the sentiments of Councillor Curry. I will also support the motion before us that adapts our city's procurement practices to address the ominous economic threat that confronts the nation and our city. The deferred U.S. tariffs represent more than just a trade challenge for us, of course. They present an opportunity for Ottawa to demonstrate leadership in supporting Canadian industries. Our city's annual procurement budget represents significant purchasing power. The Ottawa Board of Trade has rightly called this moment a wake-up call, reminding us that economic stability requires active stewardship. We have significant influence through our spending decisions, and it's time to exercise that influence thoughtfully and strategically to address the risks of unnecessary and illegal disruptions to trade and our economy. By prioritizing Canadian products in our procurement processes, we achieve three crucial objectives. First, we help protect Canadian businesses from the immediate impact of U.S. tariffs. Second, we strengthen our supply chains by reducing dependence on potentially volatile international markets. And third, we support local industries that typically maintain higher environmental and labor standards than many of their international counterparts. I'm particularly encouraged by the Mayor's commitment to convene leaders of Ottawa's major business and economic development organizations. The motion advances his vision for an action plan to support and promote local businesses. Furthermore, planned collaboration on removing interprovincial trade barriers with Gatineau with Quebec demonstrates the kind of regional cooperation we need. It is important to recognize that every dollar we invest in Canadian products circulate through our economy, supporting jobs, generating tax revenue, and fostering innovation right here at home. The multiplier effect of local procurement far outweighs any marginal cost differences. The surge in the Buy Canadian movement across our country shows that citizens understand what's at stake. I believe we should not only buy Canadian, but ensure that our savings and investments are held by Canadian financial institutions. One of the concessions that President Trump was asking of Canada was for the entry of American-owned banks into the domestic market. I believe our city should also make the commitment to only bank with Canadian financial institutions, especially since our banks demonstrated better stewardship during the 2008 economic crisis. As a consequence, I'd like to advance a friendly motion to this item. Be it further resolved that the City of Ottawa examine only utilizing the banking and investment services of Canadian financial institutions. I urge this committee to support this change, this amendment, and this motion. We must clearly indicate our unity as Canadians to oppose the largest economic threat to this nation since the Great Depression. Let's make Ottawa a leader in sustainable strategic procurement that strengthens both our local economy and national resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. And I know it wasn't originally your motion, Vice Chair Kitts, but are you okay with us calling that a friendly amendment?
On behalf of Councillor Brown, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. Let's consider it a friendly amendment. Okay. Next is Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was struck by the Premier's comments just maybe 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, noting that this isn't over yet. It's going to be a long 4 years. And I appreciate your willingness to include in the motion the clause with respect to working on supply chains and trying to find homegrown alternatives where none exist today. I don't want to go on at length about it, but it is important that we have Canadian alternatives, and working with federal and provincial partners, I think there is a role that we can play to ensure that where there are gaps in the supply chain, that those get filled with local and Canadian products. I can't say it better. I saw a note from former Councillor Way Mason, somebody for whom I have a ton of respect in Halifax, who last night posted, even if this is the end and 99% of Americans will never think about this again, Canadians need to think about it every waking moment, change how we live and work every single day, diversify trade, and also become more self-reliant. Our work is just starting. There is no back to normal. I believe part of the work that we need to do is to ensure that where there aren't Canadian and local alternatives in the marketplace, that we're doing everything we can within the powers that we have to exercise appropriately to find those alternatives and to stimulate their growth. So thank you very much for this motion. Thanks for your leadership on it. And thanks to Councillor Brown as well.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington. I think that needs to be attached for it to be functional.
There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff, the goods and services that the City of Ottawa procures on an annual basis, what percentage is local?
Mr. Mayor, we're just north of 90%. In our last annual report, it was 92%. A couple of years ago, it was 94%. So roughly about 92%.
So 92% already is local goods and services. And then the remaining is within Ontario, Canada-wide. What is the breakdown?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have that detail. The other component I will add, we may be sourcing from local vendors, but they may source their products from somewhere else as well. So even in that 92%, there could be obviously a connection point with the U.S. commodities, but that's the breakdown.
What percentage of our goods and services today is from directly American companies?
Mr. Mayor, that's the work that we're still trying to pull together.
Probably very small.
It's hard to say exactly what extent.
Less than 8%. Okay. There's wording in the motion that talks about flexibility. I do want our staff to always have flexibility as part of a procurement process. The goal is to ensure that taxpayers are being protected and that we get the best deal we can on goods and services. However, I am a nationalist as well, and I do want Canadian companies to be at the forefront of our decision making. How do current procurement practices now look upon local and or Canadian companies? Do you have what you already need in your procurement strategy, or are you looking for the strategy itself to be modified?
Mr. Mayor, we need to do some work. So we need to look at the different trade treaties, the trade laws, our bylaw. Recently over the weekend and through the provincial changes, we're working closely with our colleagues across the province at the municipal level. Joanne Graham, the Chief Procurement Officer, she's got a meeting later this week with the Ontario Public Buyers Association. So there's a big forum kind of coming together to try and untangle these components from a procedural bylaw, the treaties, the trade agreements, etc. So that's the work that we're currently undertaking.
And then as far as our reporting back to this committee and or council, what type of timelines are you thinking you need to get all this together for us?
Mr. Mayor, I see this as ongoing, to be honest. I think when I look at the procurement side, I don't want to commit too soon because there's a bit of work to untangle there. As I mentioned, there's a meeting later this week that Joanne will take part in terms of Ontario level, see what the other municipalities are doing, what the province is doing. From a financial perspective, I will report on this throughout the year on my quarterly status updates because there's a component where, there's contracts in place today that we may be sourcing from a U.S. vendor. There's also, we're moving into the heavy contract season right now in tendering. So even though those tenders may be with local vendors, there could be source of product coming across the border, so that might impact pricing. So I will have to continue to report back through the quarterly status financial reports on those implications. I'll report again as part of the capital closure process. So this is going to be an iterative update as we go forward as part of my normal financial updates.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I do support the sentiments of this motion, and I thank staff for confirming at the very least 92% of our goods and services that the City of Ottawa procures are from the NCR. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Noting that we have been given a 30-day reprieve from the Trump tariffs, the threat of them still remains over our country. I very much support this motion that is before us, but I did have a direction to staff, noting that the motion includes mention of an action plan or a response strategy. Knowing that the tariffs would be far-reaching and incredibly impactful to residents, small and large businesses alike in our city, it's imperative that the coordinated response from our city council considers the economies of our city and the region as a whole, but also looking at measures specifically tailored to our downtown, our suburban, and our rural economies. So I do have a direction for staff that was circulated. It is to include in any action plan or response strategy targeted measures on how the city and residents can also support Ottawa's local neighborhood economies, Ottawa's rural village economies, and Ottawa's agricultural and rural economies.
Is that all right? Okay, you accept that direction? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks to the folks that helped craft the motion. I'm supportive of this motion. I just wanted to make sure that it encompasses a piece that I had an inquiry about that that's important in all of this, and that the analysis on the potential impact that the U.S.-Canada imposed tariffs could have on planned and ongoing construction projects, and include the potential for both increased costs or project delays. I assume we'll get information back on that, and that the review includes I guess given the large and complex construction projects, in addition to bulk procurement for things like road renewals and any other project that would be significantly impacted by new tariffs, that will come as part of the motion as well. I just want a commitment on that direction.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so again, I don't see this as a one report or one memo back to council on this motion. I see this as an iterative process. So again, I'm committing to reporting back through the quarterly status reports, the capital closure process, in terms of the impacts specifically on our construction, because they will be ongoing depending on what unfolds in the next 30 days and thereafter.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks to staff.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Is the motion carried? Thank you. Councillor Dudas, I believe you have a motion that you'd also like to suspend the rules on regarding the social media platform X. Is that right? So
I do, yes.
Just maybe just explain the reason for suspension of the rules before we get into the motion itself.
Yes, the reason would be to allow for consideration at council on February 12th to expedite leaving the platform in a timely fashion. If this were to succeed, this would give staff the opportunity to come up with the plan and to expedite that departure.
Okay, on suspension of the rules.
So,
is that
Mayor,
carried?
just on the suspension of the rules, because I think I generally support where you're going with this, but I don't think it's an urgent matter. So I just would ask we do notice a motion on this one and then come back to it. I'm not hearing the urgency, so just want to do yeas and nays on the on the suspension of rules.
Okay. For the second time today, yeas and nays on suspension of the rules. No problem. No, I'm just saying. It's just an observation.
Councillor Luloff.
Sure, yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown. Vice Chair Kitts.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you. So I'll read this in and then I'm happy to speak a little bit to it. Whereas the city.
Sorry, Councillor Dudas, hang on for 1 second. We have to do the math on that. I forgot. It's not a straight majority required. It's 75%, right?
Mr. Mayor, there were 2/3, so it would require 8 yeas. And we had 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. So we're not able to suspend the rules. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We were one vote short of being able to add the item to this agenda. It would then by default be a notice of motion if the member wished to proceed as notice of motion for the next committee meeting.
Okay, would you like to proceed and introduce it as a notice of motion?
Certainly, and then I'll have to have somebody speak to it at that council meeting.
Okay. Okay, but do you want, all right, so are there any other motions requiring suspension of the rules? Any inquiries? So would you want to introduce it now as a notice of motion then?
Certainly. Whereas the City of Ottawa maintains the core values of transparency, impartiality, respect, and accountability, and whereas the parent company X Corp purchased the platform formerly known as Twitter in 2022, Whereas the company X Corp, the owner, and their platform X have clearly demonstrated that they no longer possess or respect these values. And whereas the City of Ottawa and associated departments currently maintain active accounts on X, and whereas other social media platforms have emerged as viable alternatives, whereas numerous other, or several other, as I've been corrected by staff, Canadian municipalities have suspended their X accounts and shifted their public communications to these alternative platforms. Therefore, be resolved that the City of Ottawa and all associated departments create a plan to suspend all associated X holding platforms and migrate to alternative platforms. Be it further resolved that prior to the suspension, the City of Ottawa post on X informing residents of the intent to suspend its accounts and redirect residents to other platforms through which they can engage and receive updates from the City of Ottawa.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Menard, I think you have a notice of motion.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I'll read that in. Thank you. Whereas under the City of Ottawa's accessibility policy, the city is committed to providing equal treatment to people with disabilities with respect to the use and benefit of city services, programs, goods, and facilities in a manner that respects their dignity and that is equitable in relation to the broader public. This commitment extends to residents, visitors, and employees with visible or non-visible permanent or temporary disabilities. Whereas this commitment to accessibility applies when the city renews or renovates its aging public infrastructure, and whereas City Council has not given final approval to the event center and Northside stands proposed under Lansdowne 2.0, and whereas the Council approved City multi-year accessibility plan includes a commitment that the Lansdowne Northside stands and event center will be accessible, and whereas people with disabilities deserve the City of Ottawa's commitment to accessibility at Lansdowne, whether or not proposals for a new event center and Northside stands are approved. And whereas the city's multi-year accessibility plan also commits to the nothing without us principle, which emphasizes the importance of including people with lived experience in the design and implementation of policies, programs, and services that impact their lives. And whereas feedback has already been received from the city's Accessibility Advisory Committee and people with disabilities on the barriers of the existing site and facilities, whereas Council has directed staff to develop a public realm improvement plan for Lansdowne in association with the site plan control application for the event center and Northside stands. And whereas Council further directed staff for public realm enhancements identified in document 2 of the May 2022 Lansdowne Partnership Sustainability Plan and Implementation Plan report to be prioritized and undertaken as part of the initial work for Lansdowne 2.0, and whereas an accessibility review ought to take place for Lansdowne as part of a public realm improvement plan for Lansdowne, regardless of whether Lansdowne 2.0 proceeds. Therefore, be it resolved that should the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal for the event center Northside stands proposed under Lansdowne 2.0 not be approved by City Council, that staff in consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee and the broader disability community be directed to report to City Council with an accessibility review of the existing facilities, including options and estimated costs for remediating barriers for people with disabilities. Be it further resolved that staff be directed to undertake an accessibility review of the Lansdowne site beyond existing or proposed facilities, including, but not limited to, accessible transportation to and from the site and points of access to the site, accessibility of the grounds of the site, and dedicated accessible on-site parking capacity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Is there any other business? Okay, motion to adjourn. Carried. Thank you, everyone.